Hello. It is time. Okay, so I actually did what I said I was going to do, and I fixed the UVs off stream. And I just imported the this branch texture from the low poly kit just to look at it. Also, I found this, which I thought was pretty cool. So you can really see. They're all squares, all the way up. It's a bit weird at some parts, but you know, I think it's fine. No seams. Cool. Is this still a little too loud? Or am I quiet? Am I quiet? I feel quiet. Okay. So now what I have is essentially I'm going to do some of these like fake branches, real branches, but dead. And for this tree, I'm actually, because it's so high far away, I am just going to use like flat planes for the leaves, and I'm gonna have to like bring them down and then swoop them up, I think, on the sides is my idea. So I guess probably what I can do right now is get textures. Or get textures, or am I going to make the texture? What kind of... Let's see if we can find this. So the thing is, from the pictures that I'm seeing, okay, so this is UK. It's not the same kind of tree. It seems more like this kind of bark, or this one. Because this is what they say, right? They say it's deep. Very thick, deeply furrowed. That looks like that to me. Um, and then they say red and gray. That looks like red and gray to me. Right? Red, brown, gray. Yeah. Where am I going? So this looks pretty good. That actually looks really good. Like this slice right here looks really good. This is like a rotted, dying tree. There's no way. Wait, Polyhaven. Hang on. As far as I'm aware, these are like 100% literally free. That's not... Maybe it is. This one that I was just looking at. Is it? Am I correct? These are like totally free. Not even credit. License. CC0. Good. I don't even... Yeah. Public domain. Yeah. Effectively public domain. I mean... When they say reference, like, how do they make this? I mean, I think this looks good, actually. I think this looks really good. That's a tiling. Why is this called clay.png? Oh, interesting. I don't know why you would have that, but... Yeah. What is this? ARM. Ambient roughness metallic? But that's displacement. What is this? Oh, this is ambient. Okay. Cool. So I guess what I should do is I should probably take the highest resolution one that I can get. And then that's huge. Maybe I won't go as high as I can. And then and then AO rough metal. Okay. So I want to get this one. I think I'm gonna skip the displacement. Displacement would be nice. Displacement needs vertices, though. Can I get all of them in one go? That's the Blender file. I don't want that one. What does this do? Okay. Choose which files to download. That one. That one. This one. Are these... Wait, is the EXR smaller? Maybe I get that one then. I should definitely be able to edit it in Godot with the EXR, I think. I don't know. Essentially what I'm going to do, don't need that. What's with the Blender file? What does that even mean? Oh, no, I have that one. Okay. So get this one. Whoops. Keeps teleporting my mouse. Game assets. Lance, I guess. This will be... Hold on. Oh. Yeah. Hollyhaven. Bar 4K. Okay. What is that? This piece. Displacement looks really weird. It's like is that what an electron microscope looks like? Crazy. Okay. I will have to extract it. I'll just keep sorting it like that. Plants, okay. And then... That still doesn't work, okay. Zip. Pine bark. Whoops. Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, EXR is there. So... Oh, jeez. So the reason I got a pretty high resolution one is so that when I downscale it to like 200 pixels, it's a lot of the detail should be kept. So HDR layer. All right, how do I do this? Am I just not seeing the resize? There's resize canvas. That's not correct though. Layer, transform. What? Image. It's like normally here. What is up with this? Am I crazy? What's going on? Why is it not there? Why is there no option there? Image. What is going on? What? How do I not know where that is? Like what? Krita resize image. I'm shocked. Image scale image to new size. Oh, because they have like a crazy, ridiculous name, or was it? Did I just? Dude. Okay. Okay. Gosh. I feel like I just stayed up really late all of a sudden. Wow. Scale image to new size. Like, why are we being clever? Why are we trying to be clever there? Resize image. They use resize canvas. They didn't say scale canvas to new size. They say resize canvas. Why is it not resize image? Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Okay. Pixels. Give me 200. And then, I don't really... There's one of these that I found that I thought was good. Like one of these. What's this one? Oh, how do I... Okay. Can I see this and not? Maybe EXR was a mistake because of the obvious difference in color here. This is really bright and I can like kind of not see any detail. Image convert to sRGB. It's already in that. It's already... that one actually might have been pretty good. This one's probably pretty good. Let's see a different one. I think I just used... Yeah, use that one. Let's go to this one. 200 pixels. I mean, I guess what I would do is I would duplicate this. Okay, first of all, I'm not gonna do the EXR. I'm actually just gonna go back on that. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not, maybe I had the impression that that was just like a better compression, but I guess it changes how the colors appear. Maybe I should just not do that. Right. Okay. Okay. PNGs. Open these. What? I don't know. I've never seen it ask me that before. Okay, the color looks... is it the same color? It looks way darker. Or more saturated. Yeah, that can't be the same. That can't be the same thing. Let me try that again. Okay, which one is it asking me about? That's what I don't get. Which one is it asking me about? Is it asking me about all of them? Okay, that looks better. I don't know. I literally don't know which one it's asking me for, actually. So I'm gonna just open this one. Okay, it's... Which one is it asking me for? I don't know. Because that matters. I guess the color space is how it will display it to me. But then writing would stay the same. I don't know. Okay. So I'm going to open this multiple times. Cool, that works. So I'm going to do that one. And hopefully this isn't like storing the image every time I do this. I wouldn't know. I'll be displaying them like this large. That's like how big the texture will look, I think. Actually look larger than that. Okay, so the second one's way better. That's way better. This would have been land cause 3. Land, don't know what it's, don't know how to say that. Then I'll try Mitchell and nearest neighbor. It's like blurry, blurriest, blurry, clear. I think I can do fit height. There we go. Yeah, this is pretty good. Fit height. Why does it why does it after I click fit height and I click a different one, it clicks the wrong one? It just did that. Actually, this one kind of retains the colors the most. But this one retains like just looks blurry and this looks more clear. Detail? I don't know how to describe what I'm seeing. Nearest neighbor, I'm sure, is not going to look very good at all. I'm sure it's not. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I don't like that. This one looks the best still. Like, comparing the pixelation to the other ones, this one looks the best. But I feel like one of these two probably looks better. No, it actually looks blurry. Now that I'm really looking at it, it looks like I just get... like I've been blurred. And this is just noisy. That's just really noisy. I'll look at another one. I think bicubic is what it uses. Well, I mean, I guess I should look at bicubic. This is supposed to be the best one. But for, like, you know, sampling, it makes textures look blurry for sure. Yeah, this one's just better. This just looks better. Okay. So scaling to 200. Let me think about this. Let me look it up. Let me look it up. It says EXR is better, which would make sense in my case where I have dynamic range happening. That would actually be... What is this? So I should use EXR then, right? Hmm. Hmm. PNG does not support associated alpha transparency. What does that even mean? What? Yeah. Okay. That's what I thought. I mean, it even says HDR layer when I look at it, so that makes sense. Okay. That one. L. Okay. Close all. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Okay. Let's go back to these ones, and I'm going to resize them all using that transformation. It did not ask me what color profile to use this time. Interesting. I wonder why. Scale 200. Now, the only thing about these ones is, I guess technically, I probably should use the exact same scale algorithm, right? I probably should. I guess I'm not sure. I would think for color, of course I do what looks visually best to me. But then for these ones, that's not necessarily true. I'm going to stick with it. Whatever. Also, is there any blue here? Because blue would be metal, but there should definitely be no metal. There's a way to see each individual layer. Or color. I don't know how to do that. It should be like... It's definitely something here. Blue. Empty. Yeah. That's roughness, I think. This is AO. Yeah, okay, cool. Why is this one off center? Why is it off center? What is going on? What is happening? Why is this like a little buggy? Why is it weird? Yeah, now this one's off center. Okay. Cool. All right. Let's do export. I guess I should send them right to the project. Or maybe game art folder. Yeah. Tree. Cool. Okay. Exported. 200. Okay, cool. Okay. Whoa. Sweet. Now, this is supposed to be... I actually don't know. Oh, that would make sense. Yeah, okay. Diffuse, why is... whatever. Roughness... Image? Value? Oh. Texture. Image texture. Roughness. And then... okay, I need to like edit this or something. Is that... rendering? Shading? Here we go. Color... separate color. So ambient... whoa. Ambient roughness, that's roughness. Which one's roughness there? I'm confused. I might actually want... where's ambient occlusion? Is it actually diffuse? What? Why is it connected to alpha? I'm like, why did that just change it? It should have done nothing. Yeah. What do you do? Is it this one? Um, I'm exactly sure, but is it this what you are looking for? Is it just actually here? I have to set it here. Render. My thinking is I turn it on somewhere around here and then this shows up in here or something. Though I still don't see ambient occlusion. What? Ray tracing resolution? It's not. I don't understand. That's like not the same thing. Huh. Ambient occlusion. Let's turn this on. But it's still not here. It's not here. That's what I don't understand. It's not there. What's up with that? What am I missing? Why is it not there? What? I input color. No. That's like disgusting looking. What the hell is that? I'm just honestly confused. Do I mean, do I just like actually, whoops. Am I just actually supposed to use this? Like color goes in here and then color, I don't get it. I just can't remember how AO works. Do you just multiply? You just multiply the color by it, right? No, you multiply the light. It's a light thing. It's meant to block light. Oh, I don't have this unmuted. I'm sorry. Wow. Yeah, you're not gonna like this. Every time he does S, his like mic peaks and it's like really staticky.
Drag this in between these two menus here to pull this out, and here I'm going to change to my viewport shading mode. Right now you might be confused because despite the principal BSDF saying our base color is white, it's showing up as black here. This is because of the new updated Eevee in Blender 4.2, and we'll need to do a quick setting to fix this. Pretty simple though. All we need to do is come to my bottom right hand corner menu here.
He's using cycles.
Menu, and I'll go to render properties, which is this one at second from the top. Then
he's also not
engine,
in render
I'm
mode.
going to change the Eevee, and I'm going to enable this ray tracing, and I'm going to change my max roughness to 1. You can now see that it's got the appropriate color. I'm going to change my render engine at the top here from Eevee back to Cycles. This is because baking occurs in the Cycles render engine. Now I'm going to come down to my render options here, and usually when we're baking we use a nice low sample count of something like 10 because baking usually doesn't need a lot of samples. However, with ambient occlusion I found it's a little bit different. This is because it does tend to have quite a bit of noise.
What is he? Huh? What's he talking about? No. Baking doesn't need a lot of samples? You're crazy. Baking should have the most samples you can, like, stand to give it.
And for that reason, I recommend using a higher...
I mean, within reason. Like, if you have, like, one light source. Okay, maybe you don't need too many samples, but...
sample
should be really high.
So I went for around 200, which is probably how I usually render my images at. If you're not satisfied with the result, you can set the max samples to something higher. Then I'm going to scroll all the way down to this option called Bake, which I'm going to open up. Under Bake type, I'm going to make sure I have ambient occlusion selected. It should probably be combined by default. Then you want to make sure all these settings are left unchanged. If you're unsure if you've changed them by accident, just make sure they're the same as mine. Then I'm going to make sure I've got my ambient occlusion texture here, left clicked in this shader editor, and then I'm going to press Bake. Great, now our bake is finished, the progress bar will finish, and if you have one of these image editors or UV editors open, you'll see the image here. I'll just scroll to scroll out, and you can see here we've got some gradient being created here from the ambient occlusion. And to actually see this, I'm first of all going to press Shift A, then under Input I'm going to choose Texture Coordinate. This is going to tell this texture here how to be mapped across the object. And since we baked our texture onto a UV, we're going to want to use the UV map coordinates to place the texture onto our cylindrical object here. I'll then plug color into base color. Now you can see we have our ambient occlusion texture being shown on our object. However, we aren't finished here. We need to now save our image. It won't be saved into Blender by default, as we need to create a new image file. So here where it says
I'm so confused. Like, this should be a shader thing. Because... I mean, it doesn't really matter. Yes, it does. It doesn't work the same way. It multiplies by income. It multiplies the incoming light. You don't have that here. I just don't have that here. Which is actually really annoying to me. Okay. I think I'm also supposed to say sRGB for these. For all of these. And this was normal. Normal. And then I guess I should add a light. add a sunlight, and then cool. This is like really bad though. Why does it look like that? Is it because of this thing? Let's turn this on, and then he said max. What? Max roughness? What? What is happening? Oh, the object needs to be shade smooth. There we go. That doesn't fix it. Why? Device CPU. Maybe this should be GPU. Is this gonna kill the stream? Do I miss frames if I do this? No missed frames. Okay, cool. But like, what's up with... Why is this not, obviously not shading smooth? What is that? Just... No, this is like weird and wrong. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Thanks Sweet Drops for following. Sweet Drops production. What's going on with this? Did I mess up by using the wrong? Because this should definitely look different. Okay. What if I just open... I don't know. Well, thanks for raiding. Thanks for the raid. Hello. I think I messed up. I think I've gone crazy with the... using EXR, because I actually don't know which one of these tabs I should be using. Thanks Vicious Bits for following. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back to this and just use PNG. Hello. Because I think it's messing with that. Because the roughness is like maxed out. And for some reason it's not. And it's asking me about this again. Yeah, see, the roughness is maxed out on this one. Like, everything is... How did I see it? Yeah, this is, like, solid green. Will be a zombie game. What kind of zombie game? The kind where you shoot the zombies. I don't know. You collect weapons and shoot zombies. Okay. Let me do this again. Okay, easy. Yeah. Just putting it here. Why is it called I-56 45mm NATO now? Fine. Don't need that. Do I okay, okay. I was just using this to like visualize it. Do I still want to actually make the texture though? Because I thought that's what I was going to do, but now I've remembered that I need like these other ones. Normals. I don't even know how you could create a normal by hand. I guess there's software to like interpret an image and like guess. Okay, so that did literally nothing. And it's just doing it again where it's like inverting it. Wait, or am I misunderstanding this? Yeah, this is... Should I say non-color? Oh, that's probably what it is, isn't it? No. Forget it. This is literally not even important. I was just trying to visualize it. Tree, what does it look like at the top? Looks like the same thing. Okay, I don't know. I think I'm just screwing around, to be honest. Can I? Shift key? Okay. Where's the image? Where's the image? There's the image. Is it hidden? These are just weird things. I don't know what this means. Why do I not see it here? It's an overlay. Okay. Is it... It's a big tree. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm using this as coast. I mean, it's sort of the same. It's close enough. So I guess the bark texture does... I mean, that's actually really hard to see, clearly. But I was using this as reference. And I was just trying to get a texture on there to see how it looks, because I did UV stuff yesterday that I didn't finish, but I finished last night. Yeah, this texture is really repetitive. There's like these like 4 notches here that are just repeating perfectly straight up. Whatever. Yeah, I think I need to do my own texturing, probably. Which Linux distro do you use? I'm using Arch. With Hyperland, that's a common second question that I get after I answer that one. So maybe you were also going to ask that. Okay, let me try to remember what I'm doing. I think I'm just going... Yeah, I said I was going to add these dead branches. Probably like a couple of them. And then I need to add planes for the leaves. Which, that's where my train of thought brought me to get the bark texture to look at it. How can I get the leaves? I guess I could look just for pine leaves. Branch. Casio OS with Hyperland. Cool. These are not large enough. I need very big branches. Like, very large. Also, I don't think the leaves look like that. Okay, they are. They're really radial. Never mind. What do I do? I don't really know how to do this. These are not large enough. These are like twigs. I need, like, I want the whole branch, essentially. Because I don't want to go and model out like 100 short branches just to put these on top of it. I'd prefer to have the whole thing. I'm thinking. What do they do here? I mean, okay, they do have, they don't render from the top, which makes sense. So they do have the branch, like a wireframe. That's not very helpful. Never mind. They have the branch, and they put these on the ends of it. But I'm already at like 200 for the trunk. I'm already at 200. And this would be like, for the tall one, this has got to be like 100 more branches. Because the whole thing could be less detailed. I mean, here's the other thing. If you look at the zombie, where the zombie is, these are like literally 10 meters above the player. Right? 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, like 10 to 15 meters above the player. They can definitely be images at that point. And I'm going to have a lot of trees. And I would prefer if they could be as high detail, as low LOD as possible, as long as possible. And 200 for the trunk already seems crazy to me. 200 triangles. Every branch is going to add, if they were to be a square and they have like one bend to them, that would be 8. That'd be 16 more faces per branch. I don't know. Like I was saying, I really don't know what to do here. Maybe I need to stop thinking so much about what to do and just do something. I mean, I guess I haven't set a budget for myself. You know what? Let's do this. Let me just put these trunks. Let me just put these trunks into the world and see what that does. So if I do export, I think I'm doing GLTF. Selected. Selected object. Data. Y up. Yep. Should be Y up. Don't think I need that. Mesh, UV, normals. No animations. Plants, tree. Stew. Okay. I'm gonna close that. I would say, if you don't know, maybe I should watch more. I don't know. Games are different because most tutorials online are like, you want the highest poly count you can get for the best render time, and you want just everything to look as good as possible. But I want something that looks really good and is very low budget. But I don't even know what the budget would be in the first place. Like how many can I have? I really don't know. So let's do this. Go here. I have to import this. The furthest I've gotten in like using Blender or like modeling anything at all is modeling like buildings and not even reaching the UV stage. That's the most I've ever done. Also, I need like a better way to manage this. Let me put this in scene, plants, tree. Okay. There. Oh, the textures were just there. Cool. Okay. Cool. Import. Normal map, no. Don't do that. Roughness is on green channel. Channel remap, none of that. Don't do that. VRAM, I do need that. Okay. I gotta go through all these. High quality, not normals, not roughness. Okay. Why is it like that? Red, green, 8. Okay, sure. Oh, it just knows. Okay. And then... Whoa. And then what I do is I want to... I want to do these. I want to do save the file. Because I don't want to import this as a scene. I don't want to do that. Yeah. Shadow meshes. Yeah, I need to generate those because I don't have those. No LODs. Maybe not for cooking. It's dinner time for me. That's why I make the branches. Yeah, thanks for the raid, man. I do appreciate it. See you later. And then materials. Yeah, use it. Do this as well. Okay. Why is that messed up? Oh, no, it's open a file. I don't want to do that. How do I make it do this? Extract. Extract once. There we go. That's what I wanted. No animations, no skins. Don't make LODs. Okay, I think I've all set it. I think I got it all set up. Alright, cool. Rename. That's really funny. Extract once. Silly. So I do keep internal then, and then I do that, and then I delete this. Okay. Is this crashing? Is this crashing? Is this crashing? I think it's crashing. I don't understand how this has happened. Okay, it's definitely crashed. That's very dumb. I clicked enter too quickly, I guess. Should all be there though. Okay, that didn't save. Delete that. Mark this as keep internal. Delete. Delete. Oh, that bricks it. Okay, that's cool. So can't do that. Wow. That's really funny. Just deleting that file bricks it. So I'm just going to delete it from there then. Dude, why are there so many weird things that just keep happening? So many weird things. Okay. Now I gotta adjust the camera. I don't get it. Yeah, crazy. Deleting that file when it's like not managed by Godot at all just breaks it. I don't know why it thinks that res uses it, because it doesn't. Like, I don't have anything here that uses that file. Nothing here uses that. Alright, tree test. So LOD 0, you're going to become dog. Very big tree. Okay. Surface 0, material, quick load. I think I called it bark. Whoa, why does it look like that? Whoops. Undo that. Okay. I'm trying to like use Blender controls. Collision shape. Okay, this needs to be larger. I believe this should be like 635. Yeah. Yeah. And then height, we'll go to 10. All right. Collision shapes, can these have a... My thing is convex. Okay, but I can't do that. Never mind. Undo. I was wondering if I could just use the mesh as the collider, because this is a convex. Actually, I'm not actually, okay. I'm not entirely sure if it's convex. It might not be. It's probably not. Whatever. There's the tree. There's the tree. It's there. So now what I want to do is hide these. Not that one. This one. I'm going to expand this further. How do I do that? Add triangles. Well, I need a... I don't know. Yeah. Add triangles works for that. Okay. Click. Here. And then... I want a lot of trees. Immediately. Yeah, so my middle mouse button is like breaking already, which kind of sucks because this is actually a pretty new mouse. This is a pretty new mouse, and the middle mouse button is just not working anymore. Alright, I need to make a new... Yeah. Maybe we should make like smaller triangles. I don't know. Maybe I should do that. Yeah, this is like really, it's really breaking down very fast. Like, as soon as I went to use... Whoa, I'm dropping frames like crazy. What's going on? Why? 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 What's running? What's running? Nothing is... Is it this? Maybe it's all of this. Is it this? Too many preview things open? I guess so. I'm trying to split this into smaller pieces. This might be too many as well. I mean, it's definitely too many. It's probably a big enough region to test. I say as I add another triangle. Okay. That's gotta be large enough. It's gonna be so many trees. I should just be able to hit go. I should just be able to hit go. This could be really bad. I don't have a lower LOD. Alright, before I do that, I'm going to go ahead and modify this so these start with a lower LOD. Oh, and yeah. LOD range 0. Let's go to 200. Just to be on the safe side. Because I'm going from like 12 triangles to 200. Populate. It failed immediately? Oh no, it's going. Pretty quick. Yeah, so those are just not the right trees. I guess I have to reload scene and then it should have the correct mesh. It does not have the correct mesh. Why are you not the right mesh? There's the scene. I think I just have to reload the project. I'm not really sure. That happens a lot, where like the mesh thing just isn't like loaded correctly, or I make a change and it's not there. And reloading the scene doesn't work. Okay. There's the pine trees. Pine trees? What kind of... I mean, it says it's called a Douglas fir, and then, like, the description says, this is not a true fir. What does that mean? Yeah, so these are all too close together now, actually. So these should be less dense. These trees are definitely too close together. Okay. So region 3, clear. And then I change the setting here. So minimum distance, let's go up to 7. I guess I could populate. All right. What does that look like? Big trees. I actually kind of got scared by this guy. I forgot he was there. Wow, those are some lines. Look at that. Gosh. Yeah, so... my random thing sucks. It does just suck. How are these lines here so... And why don't I see it looking the other direction? Oh, now I see it. Now I see the lines. Why is this happening? So many things just suck a little bit. I think the density might just be too high. Maybe if I bring the density down to like 10. I need a better way of... definitely the way I place trees right now is still just bad. It is just bad. Yeah, I still see the lines. I mean, as long as you don't look down that way, it looks pretty good. And then you hit, you do this and you're like, huh, interesting. There's just literally a straight gap there with no trees. I think I was even thinking that I mean, wow, that's like, it's like exactly just along the positive, that's positive X and Z axis is what I'm looking at right now. Or that one is, I don't know, either way. Along the line XZ, or the line Y equals X, whichever one you, however you want to think about that. There's just a perfect gap. All the time. There's almost one in this direction too. Definitely not really. Okay, maybe it was just a fluke that I saw a line there. But this way, yeah. Gap. Gap. Like, and it's the minimum distance thing causing that. Maybe it is just a density thing. Like if I have a lower density, will it go away? It seems like I'm placing the exact same number of instances. Okay, I think I have 2,000 fewer instances this time. But there's no way that, like, deletes that line. Yeah, I see it immediately. It's just more obvious now. This is lame. Why does that happen? It's really lame. gonna place like 8,000 this time. Because if modifying the density doesn't do it, then wow, there it is. It's still there. Oh, this is huge. Wait, no. There's no way it could be this large. This has got to be a mistake. This must be a mistake. Why am I dropping frames still? I don't understand. I have like, what is this? That's gotta just be a mistake, right? Like this must be a mistake with my random seed generator. This is square in the middle of a triangle. This must be a mistake. Somehow it's decided to not place here. Okay. Let me see if I can recreate this with a smaller region. So I'm going to go to this one. Okay, well first I want to like right there, middle of my screen. Here, add a triangle, there. And then I go to the other one. Here, there. Way up here. That's actually crazy that I remember that triangle. I really didn't expect it to do that, and it did. That's cool. Okay. So these other ones are just gonna... This isn't gonna, like, layer them or anything. It's just going to... add this whole region as an area to populate. So, populate. So I just didn't get it that time. Why? These are the exact same settings, and I didn't get that line this time. That's really sad. So what's the deal with that? Why did that happen? No, that's a mistake. What? That's a mistake. Something is... These are the same things. Seed 0. Oh, is it seed 0? Is that the reason? Seed 0? Is that the reason? Populate. Was seed 0 the reason? Because that would make sense. Seed 0 would definitely make sense. Have a problem. I guess what I should do then to alleviate seed 0 is to have like, yeah, okay, well that just did it. All right. Well, just don't use seed 0. Oh, there's the lines. So why are they back? Because it didn't actually save it. That's why. It did not actually save it. So I'm just going to reload the project. Because that's a bug. How do I fix seed 0? I guess I can just check if it's 0. And if it is 0, then I have to... Yeah, this is way better. In fact, there's a big empty spot right here, which is funny. But there's really big empty spots. Wow. I know I have a problem right now with... Really? I have an issue right now with just how the density works, or not density, but how the... placement is, for large areas like this, it creates grid patterns where it won't place trees. Essentially, it won't place vegetation in like the top left corner. Like if I do this, and if I go to overdraw, and I can't see anything. Can I figure out how to use this thing? Okay. Like the top left corner, like here. Like say the center here is a big square. Top left corner, it just won't place anything on this chunk. But then these chunks up here, it's gonna like load up the bottom corner. These edges are gonna like be packed with vegetation, generally. So you end up with essentially like a 1 meter margin, almost, on every chunk where the trees just won't appear. If I were to, which means if I were to stand there and I were to look down that line, I should see, there should be like a straight line, empty lines going through the terrain. Okay, let me go to this. Where's player? Over here somewhere. And then I think that just didn't save the meshes, probably. Yeah, I don't think it saves it. I have to... Oh no, this is definitely way more dense. Okay. Yeah, if I were to align myself... This guy's facing along a line. So I'm gonna do this and like start going left. That's not a line. It'd be pretty obvious. I might be on the line here. Like there's never gonna be a tree down this region. Okay, there's a tree down that region, I think. This could be the line. Nope. I hit a tree immediately. Oh, this has got to be the line. This way? I don't know. I think it's not. I think it might only be really obvious when I have something really dense. But if it's sparse enough, maybe you just miss that gap that's there. This seems pretty good as well. When these get smaller, can I find the seam? I should not be able to. It'll be on one of these lines. I think it's probably one of the lines that are in the dark. No, these have random rotations. Yeah, details like this that just sort of loop up straight are really, really bad. So if I... Yeah, I don't know. My FPS says 80. Which I actually know why it's 80 looking that way, so I should not look that way. 120... I mean, I don't know. Is it the trees? Is it the trees? I think if I look down... Okay, so terrain just has like a crazy consumption. Yeah, terrain is like the largest impact on FPS. Alright, so this is actually good. This is really dense tree. And they all have collision. I mean, this would probably look really cool if there were leaves here. Okay, so 200 it can handle. And I feel like I can see these trees far enough away that I don't really notice. Or this is like the highest LOD as well. And this is definitely way further out than they need to be rendered as well for like LOD 0. LOD 0 can probably be like way closer than that. All right, let me do this. Let me increase the distance to max so that they all render and see what happens. It did nothing to my FPS, actually. That's pretty nuts. So 200 faces is perfectly acceptable. Because I believe these don't really cull. Okay. Where's like an area, I guess that way? Or no, this would be the most dense. Yeah, like just as I take terrain off, the FPS just is climbing. When I add the terrain. Alright, this is actually kind of at the 200 is actually kind of the limit. So set 1024. My computer is very loud. We're doing pretty good. Though, I mean, I guess like maybe I just really really overestimated how much impact that would really have. 200 faces at that distance is nothing. So, and yeah, realistically, this would probably be like, it'd be like 50, I think. 50 is like LOD 0. But I'm not really sure what's going on with this. Is it loading in like entire chunks? It seems like it is. Yeah, so this is probably more like appropriate. For this LOD. Right. Okay. Yeah, I feel like that's pretty far away. Which is like the closest one that's loading in? This is a really close one. Yeah, it's doing it by like sections, which is like a 16 by 16 meter area. So a tree can be as close as 65, or it can be as far as like 65 plus 16 before it loads in as 0. You know, let me try auto LODs. No, how would that even work, actually? No, because that's a different thing. I need to, like, manually create those. Okay. Branches. Alright, well... I didn't make these out of CG textures. Oh, you know what? Here's an idea. I could make a texture by just making a model and giving it flat colors and then rendering that model. Hmm. 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 I feel like some of these things that I think of are just like crazy that I didn't think of them earlier. I can literally just make a texture from a model. I can make the model and then make the texture. Let's do that. But okay. Let's just say leaves single on the twig, yellow green to blue green, blunt, two-sided, so they're flat. Okay. Let me search for branch. Why not? I don't really see the flat of them, to be honest. Yeah, they look flat out here. So definitely the right. They spin out radially. And they have like pine cones or whatever those are. That's a bit silly. Some of these look really sparse and some of them look really dense. Also, if I'm going, I think to, what is it, what did I say, like 40 pixels? What do they look like at that distance? Maybe just for the leaves, I should go to a higher. I should go up to the higher one. $96. Yeah, see, this is not radial. This is like flat. Yeah, this is flat. It's radial on the ends and then it's flat on the inside. Maybe that's it. No, this one shows it being radial too. What does it mean? What does it mean? I mean, I guess... Like, look at that. Like, all these leaves have been, like... have come off. These ones sprout up and then go flat. So is it like... they grow radially and then they flatten over time? Where the leaves just die and fall? Maybe that's too crazy, and I should just... do something. What is that? It's a crazy looking pine cone. I think the branch is green. Okay. Where? Why is it over here? Go there. Can I really make... I don't know. This is like hard. This is a lot. Maybe I'm just being too... trying to be too precise. I don't know. I've said that if people play this game, I want them to struggle to find a mistake. If someone comes in here and they're like, what kind of trees are these? They're going to be able to identify the tree. They could identify the tree. There would be enough information. All right, I'm making a branch. I'm just making a branch. So I guess I start with a curve. And Sheep, let me just delete that. Just delete that. So Douglas fir trees. Oh, no, I was right. Branches. So let me do... I don't want to do geometry. Alright, what if I just opened up Krita? I guess I need to consider the size of this. So if I'm gonna go up to 96 pixels per meter, I guess let me imagine a branch as large as the zombie is. So this is like 2 by 2 meters. You know what? I'll say 2 by 3 meters. So that's a lot of pixels to draw, actually. That's a lot of pixels to draw. That's too many. That is just too many pixels. So I don't know. I'll try it. I'll see. I'm just indecisive. 96 times 3. 96 times 2. 192, 288. Right. Well, here's the other issue. Size. 1 pixel at this scale is a bit more than a centimeter. These leaves, I think, are definitely smaller than a centimeter, so I can't draw individual leaves. Which I suppose is alright. That's fine. They're very far away, you're not going to see them in it anyway. But, like, the coloring of it is just not... I think... I just don't have the skill for that. I think I just need to say I don't have the skill for that. I can't do that. There's no way I'm going to be able to draw even pixel art that looks good, I think. So, I say pixel art. Low resolution leaves. There's no way I can draw that, I think. So, I'm just going to go for this. Can I have a capital A? Oh, it doesn't like that name. Okay, so branch A. Let's call this tree A. So this will be branch curve. Why is Blender so weird with the naming? I don't know. Actually, a little bit annoying. Wait. I just want to check if I'd open the top of the window yet. I cannot. The sun is still too high. Okay. The thing is, how I'm going to make this is I'm definitely going to use geometry nodes. 100%. I think I need information. I think I just need information. Blender, model, like this. Like, is this possible? How to create in Blender. Blebder. Is this AI, dude? Like, what is this? How do you have a video up for a year and you haven't? That is AI. How have you not, like, fixed the title of your? Oh, this is probably dangerous. It's actually probably dangerous. Okay, Ryan King art.
In this Blender,
So far, not impressed with what he's done. Looking at this, I'm even less impressed. But
tutorial, I'll show you how to create this pine tree branch with geometry nodes. And this pine tree branch will be added to a curve object, so you can go into edit mode.
He is falling asleep as he records this.
Rotate the curve handles, and you can adjust the pine tree branch. So you could use this to make many things like a Christmas tree or a Christmas wreath or a pine tree. And this geometry node modifier setup was originally used in my Christmas wreath Blender tutorial. So if you'd like to check out that tutorial series and learn how to create your own Christmas wreath, you can find the tutorial links in the description. Or you can also purchase my Christmas wreath asset pack, which comes with all of these
okay.
asset browser. So
I'm gonna be honest. I definitely don't need to watch this, but I'm just gonna watch it to see if there's anything I can possibly learn, or even better, learn what to not do. Because so far it seems like he's pretty good at showing me that.
Your own Christmas wreath. And then just one more thing.
Show me what not to do.
Let you know about my Christmas ornaments asset pack. In this Christmas ornaments asset pack, you will get 160 Christmas ornament 3D models created.
Stop selling me things, please.
Blender, I'm just going to select everything. We're going to delete everything. And we're going
He's going to model
a single needle. So I'll go to the add menu and let's just add a new cube. I'm going to scale the cube down to a much better size of a needle. So I'm going to turn it down to a 0.15, just a 0.15, press Control A and just apply the scale. So that's going to be the length of the needle, but let's also scale it down on the x-axis. And I'm going to type in 0.05 and hit enter. So 0.05 along the x-axis, so it's really thin. And then we'll also scale it down on the z-axis and make it pretty small. So scale it down so it's really quite flat. So just like that, maybe a little bit thicker, but it should be pretty flat. And then we're also going to move it on the y-axis. We're going to bring it back here.
He needs to stop doing this. He needs to like pull up the reference and just say, here's what I'm looking at.
So the origin point is at the very end of the needle, because where the origin point is...
Why does he not do that? I feel like it's just really bad practice. I feel like the way he makes his tutorials is just teaching you really bad practice. It's basically teaching you, you can't make it yourself. You need to watch someone else teach you how to make it.
That is where the object is going to be distributed.
Watch someone else tell you how to make the thing.
Out of the curve. Let's go back.
Also, yeah, I don't get why... I was not thinking I would model the leaf individually.
Back into edit mode, and I'm going to go into wireframe, and I'm just going to box select the top here, and we're going to scale the top down way smaller because it's going to get thinner as it goes up to the top of the needle. Now let's add 2 loop cuts, so I'll hit Control R, scroll my mouse wheel till I have 2 loop cuts, and left click and right click so they stay where they are. And then I'll hit G to grab, bring it up on the Z axis just to bring that up there, just a little bit, maybe that's a bit too much, but just like that so that it rotates a little. Let's go back to object mode, and I'm going to hit Control 1 to add a subdivision surface modifier with 1 level, and let's use the object context menu, and I'm going to shade the object smooth. If I go over here to the modifiers, there's the subsurf modifier, and I'm going to turn the levels and viewport both just to 1, and then I'll hit Tab to go back in edit mode, I'll hit Control R to add another loop cut, and I'm going to click here at the very end to kind of drag it over here just to sharpen up the very end there of the loop cut. And on the other side, we'll hit Control R, add a loop cut here, just drag that over so that it's also sharp there on the end. And then we can go back to object mode. So let's now add a curve. So I'll go to the add menu, we'll go to curve, and I'll add the default BZA curve. We'll go into edit mode, and I'm going to select the curve handles and I'll rotate them, kind of rotate them like that. Let's move it up here, and I'll just stick this curve handle pretty much at the center at the bottom there, and this curve handle just...
You see, he's not explaining at all what he's doing. He's like, I'm going to do this now. Why? I know what it's for. This is the branch. But he didn't even say what he's... He doesn't say what he's doing.
Here to go to the geometry nodes editor, I'll zoom in here. Let's click on new to add new geometry nodes, and I can just call this.
Like, what are we doing?
So
okay, now we know it's a pine branch.
Thickness, because right now
we've done 3 things, and now we know what we're actually doing here.
Thin. Why
does he do it like this?
Out of this single curve here, so it doesn't actually have any visible faces. So to give it some thickness, we need to convert the curve to a mesh. So here in the geometry nodes, we're going to search for curve to mesh, and we'll drop this here between the group input.
I'll say this: at least he doesn't like totally freehand it. There's way too many tutorials online where they just like literally say. You can tell the thought process was, hey, I want to make a tutorial. And then they open up Blender, they hit record, and they just start going. Like, they have an idea in their head of what they're doing, but they, like, keep making mistakes, and then they, like, sometimes you even see it in editing, which is really sad, when you see a, like, critical mistake being corrected by, like, a text box from editing that they did.
And the output, and I'll drag it up here. So now we're converting it to a mesh.
There's even some times where they don't even re-record it either. They just leave the mistake in for the entire tutorial, and it looks bad, by the end of the tutorial, or like at some point they start correcting the mistake in some other way. But it's not like the way that they should have corrected. I don't know, whatever.
But there still isn't any face data because it doesn't have any thickness. So this profile curve here can be used, and if we put an object into the profile curve, that'll make the thickness or the shape of that curve. So we're going to search for a curved circle, add the curved circle, drop it down here, and the curve here, that can go into the profile curve. So now you can see that the shape of that curved circle is going to be the shape of the tree branch. Let's select these, kind of drag them up here, drag this over here, and then here on the resolution, we don't need the resolution that high, so I'm just going to turn it down to a 10, so it's less resolution. Now I also want to change the size of it because it's way too thick right now, and I also want it to get thinner as it goes up to the very top because the tree branch is going to be thicker as it gets closer to the tree. So what I can do for this is search for a set curve radius. Add the set curve radius and drop it here, and we'll just drag it right over here. So now we have this radius value that I can drag to make it more thick or less thick, but I want it to be thinner at the very top. So what we're going to do for this is search for a spline parameter node. We'll drop the spline parameter here, and this is going to give us the curve data so that one side will be more thin and the other side will be more thick. So we'll put the factor into the radius, and this way now instead of it being one single value, it's going to be thinner and thicker depending on how far it is down the curve. So it now has basically a cone shape, but I want to make it much more thin because it's way too thick right now. So to do this, we can search for a color ramp. We'll put the color ramp between the spline parameter and the set curve radius. Also, let's save our project. So if you haven't done that yet, click on File and Save your project. And I'll just save it as Pine Branch in my project files and just save the Blender file, and then just press Ctrl S every now and then as you're working on it to save it. So we've added this color ramp here, and so if I click on the white tab here, I can change the color. And if I turn this darker, that's going to make the bottom color more dark, and so if it's darker, that's telling it to be smaller. Whereas the black one, if I turn this up, that's telling that the smallest one is going to be bigger. So this one's going to be fully black, then this one is going to be a really dark gray. So just something like that. So all of these nodes here are going to make the curve thickness. So just to keep everything really organized, I'm going to box select all these nodes.
There's no real values here. That's the problem. There's no real values here. He just plugged in a color in like 2 seconds, and the branch, according to like the leaf, honestly looks way too thick, and this is like unrealistically thin.
I'll hit Ctrl J, and that will join them into a frame, and I can just kind of compress the nodes. And if I click on the frame and press F2 to add a label.
This guy. I mean, he's just going to do exactly what I was doing. I don't think he's doing anything that I was going to do differently. And look at him, he's going to do a random rotation too. Random value. Yeah, cool. I'll skip the materials.
Quick lighting and some quick materials to make this look a bit nice.
Because definitely this is the case where you would use like the natural values. There's like a real value for how these needles are placed. Leaves are placed on branches. It is definitely the golden ratio. Like he should just be using that. I'm just gonna go to materials isn't even materials yet. Doesn't start materials until like a minute and a half in, or like half a minute in.
We're going to drop it here after the curve to mesh, and then if we click on the drop down, we can choose the branch material. So if I go back to the shading workspace, you can now see that branch material is on the branch. So I'm going to make a very simple procedural material, but of course if you wanted to, you could add some sort of like texture, like a bark texture or whatever you want to do. What I'm going to do is just search for a noise texture, drop this here, and then I'm also going to search for a texture coordinate node. We'll drop this here. We'll use the object coordinates into the vector, so it places the noise texture on the object more evenly. Now the noise texture here, if we have the node wrangler enabled, we can hold down the Control and Shift key and select the noise texture to preview it, to preview what the noise texture looks like on the object. So I'm going to turn the scale up to 80, and I'll turn the detail up to 10, so it's pretty detailed. So now we can put the factor into the base color, and I can Control Shift select the principled shader, but I want to make some custom colors, so to do this I can search for a mix color, and we'll drop it between the noise and the principled. Now the factor can go into the factor of the mix, and that way we have 2 different colors, so the 2 different colors are going to be the colors of the noise. So for color A, I'm just going to make like a dark brown, and here's the hex value if you want to copy it, and also for color B here, this is going to be kind of like a lighter brown, and also here's the exact hex value I'm using. Now also I want to put the factor into the normal to give it a little bit of bump to make it look kind of like the tree bark, but then I need to go to the add menu, and I need to search for a bump node to convert the noise texture into bump data. So we'll put the bump node right here, and the factor needs to be going into the height value to convert it to bump data. And then here on the strength, I'll just turn the strength down to like a 0.3 so it's not quite as strong. So now you can see we now have that nice bumpy texture. And also here on the roughness, let's turn this up to like a 0.7 so it's more rough. And that's it for the simple bark material. So now let's just select the needle here. We'll click on new to add a new material, and I'll just call this needle. And this material is going to be pretty simple, so I'm first going to take the base color.
The color didn't even work, by the way.
We can also turn the roughness up a little bit to just like a 0.6 so it's a bit more rough. And because this is an organic plant, I do want to add a little bit of light to be going through the object. So I'm going to open up the transmission here, and I'll turn the transmission weight up to like a 0.6. So now let's add an HDRI to make the lighting look a bit nicer. So I'll go back here to the layout. Let's go into the rendered viewport mode. Let's click here to the world properties.
I did not use subsurface.
I'll choose environment texture and then just open the texture. And I'll be using this Christmas photo.
Yeah, this guy. Okay. That's it. That's just straight up it. This guy just uses that. Does he use a material? Does he make the material here? I feel like he has to. Maybe this will be good for the material.
value to get random trees. So
Maybe he has a good material. Branch radius. Leaf count. This is really loud. And that's really
now
distorted.
let's add some textures. So let's select the leaves and let's add in a material. And also turn on the node wrangler.
Whoa. Okay.
Now let's select the principal BSDF and press Ctrl T. And now let's add in a transparent image of a forebranch.
What?
Principal BSDF and press Ctrl T.
Control T. Okay.
And now let's add in a transparent image of a forebranch. And also try to find a transparent one which are in PNG. And I think you will easily get it on the internet. Now let's change the render engine to cycles and see how our leaves are looking. Let's uncheck scene world. And now let's plug the alpha into the alpha. And there you go, now your leaves are transparent. You can see that the branches are rotated in a wrong way.
Yeah.
So let's rotate them a bit on the z-axis. And now it's correct. And our tree is also looking great. So now let's add a bark material. And I got
PNG wing. Interesting. Interesting. Illustration. Yeah. That is an illustration for sure. Hey, Dylan. I think I got diabetes. You think? I think it's one of the things that you should know. I'm not seeing the branch that I'm looking for. It's all just Christmas tree. Yeah, I mean, I'm still thinking I probably should just model it. Make like 2 or 3 branches. And then I could honestly go higher because they're going to be low res. The good thing about the branches is that I'm going to share them between all the trees, and the trees are basically just going to be branch and trunk structure changes. But the leaves are going to be the same every time. Okay.
got it from ambient CG. So let's select the principal BSDF and press
Ambient
Ctrl+C
CG.
to open the PBR texture setup. Now select all of the maps that you want and select principal texture setup. And if the texture is not mapped correctly, you can
punch
select
sound.
the bark of the tree and then press F3 to search and search for convert mesh. And now the tree has been converted from curve to mesh. Now go to edit mode and go to UV and smart UV project. And then increase the scale of the texture. Now let's add a add shader and a translation shader and plug the color into the translation shader.
Translucent? What?
Now we have light passing through our leaves, and
Oh.
if you want to limit that, you can add in a math node and set that to multiply, and you can decrease the value. So I think 0.4 will be great. Now
All right. All right. All right. I'm just going for it. I'm just going for it. I'm gonna hide that. Nice. Okay. Branch curve. So I guess I'm gonna do this in two parts. I'm going to have Yeah, I can actually go pretty high. I can actually have physically thick branches for the close things. And then I should be able to, because 200 faces was like no problem at like 1,000 meters. I had no issue rendering like over 1,000 of these tree trunks at high distances. So I think I can definitely I should be able to have these this close. So can I bring this guy over closer? I would like him to actually be closer. Over here. Stand like right there. Yeah, right there. And then the big grids are also meters there, so this is like 2-meter branch, which might be a little bit crazy. Is it? Also I'm in tens of centimeters. Let's go here. Well, this should actually probably not really have like any. It can have a little bit. It should have a little bit, I think. It should actually have a little bit. Like, it's deviation like 3 centimeters, 2 centimeters. Where's Z? Z is there. Okay. And I guess in theory they should... Yeah, the branches should be up quite a bit. It's like 4 centimeters. And then around here, they should do this. It's basically like a sine wave I just made. All right. There's a branch curve. Then, I almost should like go out and measure, find a tree, because I don't have this type of tree close to me, but I do have like either an oak or maple type tree, and then I have, they just look like Christmas trees that I could go and look at the branches of. I have a really young one in my backyard, but that's too young. Those branches are definitely like, the thickest of the branches probably like, some of the like the thinnest branches on this tree are going to be larger than the trunk of that tree. So and then those might be like birch trees, probably. I do have birch trees out there, I think, that I could go look at. I think they're quite small, though, for birch trees. I guess if I really think about it, the branches should be... No, I mean, I was going to say they should be about as thick as the midpoint of the trunk. Or like maybe half the radius of the portion of the trunk that they're growing from, but I don't think that actually makes any sense. I think they would be quite thin. So I guess I'm just going to look up Douglas fir branch size measurements. Ooh. That's just not... Okay, it says young. No. I'm looking at like the 100-foot range. Spread 25 to 15 feet. Spiral. Yeah, see, spiral. Anything about branch? At the crotch? What? What does that mean? What's... Okay. I've never seen that used to describe a tree. Any part of a tree. Leaf blade length less than 2 inches. That's good to know. Because with good old... What's his name again? He's got to be on the side here. Ryan King Art, he just totally freehands it or something. I don't know what he does. Because he doesn't say what he does. He just like, I'm going to have the cube. I'm going to scale it by 0.1 and then a 0.05 and 0.04 here. What are you doing? What are you doing? Type in some values, please. Wood specific gravity. What does that mean? What's wood specific gravity? Current year twig color. Current year. Current year. Droop as the tree grows and will require pruning for vehicular or pedestrian clearance beneath the canopy. Not particularly showy. Grown with a single leader. No thorns. A single leader. No thorns. Huh? Okay. Status not listed. What does that mean? Like, classification plant. Not tree. Oh, this is not what I thought. Workout force can reach 5 to 6 feet in diameter. Yeah. Same diameter, only grow up. Only 50 meters. Yeah, okay. Coast firs, faster growing and larger. Wow. Okay, so I have way shorter trees. Or at least they're really tall, but... Dimensions.com. Yeah. Anything about the branch? Anything about the branch? The trunk. Plan. That's just straight up. Okay. Why nothing about the branch sizes? I don't just want to guess that. I'll leave this open, I think, because this might be good to look into for other ones. Depth. Spread. Like overall, okay, so 2 meters, I guess is good. It could go up. A branch could be like 5 meters out. Okay. These are forest ones. Oh, I guess now I consider the density is essentially going to be where the tree canopies touch, right? Or the minimum distance. So, but of course the branches could, you know, grow into each other a little bit. So, if they are 5, like in diameter, that would essentially be the same number for distance. So I would say 5 meters. I guess I would do a little bit less than that. I mean, I guess it depends on how I'm going to do... No. So... I probably say 4 meter minimum distance, fix the density, so the density is going to be better, and adjust the density so it's about touching the minimum distance. Maybe what I would do is I keep track of how many times I cut off a tree because it's too close to another tree. Maybe I could do that. And see like a certain ratio, like 10% of the time or less, I'm cutting off a tree. If the density is too high, that means I'm like almost always cutting out trees. So I'd say like probably like above, I want to keep that, I would like to keep that number below 10%. That sounds like a good basic value. I really want to know this number. Maybe the branch is listed here. Complete and circle the branches. He was recognizing the species. Okay. So I definitely need that. They say male cone? What does it mean? Is there like... I feel like somewhere around here. Their reference for this Page what? 86. I feel like they would definitely describe it inside of here. They'd say like, oh, this is what the leaves are like, and the branches were this large at the trunk and this large where they stop, or something like that. View sample. How many pages do I get? Oh. What page? They paid this at 86. Wait, the whole book is just here? No ebook available, and yet I'm looking at it. Isn't that interesting? They gotta mention the branches, right? Leaves. Okay, they just straight up. Half an inch to 1 inch long. Is the branch size just like a known thing? Like everyone knows that every tree branch looks like this. Is that just a thing? It's just like such common knowledge, it's not even worth mentioning anywhere. All right. What does AI think? Branch diameters, 0.6 to 1.4 inches. Citation. Science Direct. Wait, citations. That's this one, right? Branch. Stand assessment. What do you think are the odds that he grabs a branch and he holds a ruler up next to it? What do you think of the odds of that?
There's a little bit of red alder in
This is so
here.
quiet.
All of those species we deliberately retain.
This is Douglas fir. You can tell it is by the way it is.
Biodiversity, and we also know that maintaining alder and maple in particular intermixed with Douglas fir improves the overall.
No, yeah, he doesn't do anything.
The stocking density in here, we've thinned it down to right around a little over 200 trees per acre, and
Acre to meter squared. I have no idea what an acre is. $200 trees per acre. This actually looks pretty good. How do they measure that? How did they measure that? Did they really just go out there and count every tree? These are really young. Yeah, they are really young. It says young Douglas fir stand assessment. Because he can basically touch the branches. And none of this is like the most... All these other trees look super smooth. There's all like dead branches too. 200 per acre. 200 per acre. How do I convert that? I don't know how to convert densities. It's 200 per 4,050 essentially square meters. And I believe density is measured... I gotta go look. I don't remember what I have it at. I guess I can look at it this way. With... Bang. That's nice. Okay, script. Nope. Add-ons. Here. Should be in region. It should be in populate region, populate chunk. So density is going to be per chunk. So this is how many trees per 16 times 16. 16 times 16. That's 256. So I guess I look at what 256 is over 40. I'll say 447. So this would tell me about 12 or 13 density. That seems pretty dense for young though too. This is going to be really old. Well, I mean, I'm not thinking about fires currently. Maybe I'll have like a really obviously burned tree somewhere. Like it just got lucky. And, or I guess unlucky, but the rest of the forest got lucky, that the tree was too far away to spread, but it just burned all on its own. So I'm actually kind of spot on. Like 12, 13, I'll say 12. 12 seems like a better number. Actually, isn't 13 times 13... No. What am I thinking of? Yeah, okay. So yeah, like 12, actually. So I was pretty close. I said 10. 10 felt like right. 10 felt right to me. But I guess I could go up to 12. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. And here I go again, trying to figure out where my buttons are. So
looking at a stand density index for Douglas fir, given the average diameter in here of about 10 inches, the fir should...
Oh, gosh. Diameter 10 inches? Is that really 10 inches? Does he touch this tree? His hand is like right on the tree, I think. That's got to be more than 10 inches. I don't know. Did he mean radius? Maybe he meant radius. I think he meant radius. Maybe not. I don't know. Okay.
About 10 inches. The fir should be running, the stocking density should be running about 260 to 300 trees per acre.
What? 200 to 300? Wait, what? Say that again?
Density should be running about 260 to 300 trees per.
Wow. Okay. 300 trees per acre, he says. So I guess anywhere between 12 and 20. Which I think I actually had mine at 20. That seems really... I guess that's when you grow it, because the trees are going to die as they grow, so the density is going to drop. But I guess when you start growing, you want like as much of the forest floor to be covered by these young trees. 260 though. 300? Okay.
Acre. We thinned it a little bit lower than that. That's just what happened is we cut out some defect in the stand. But given that, we're keeping the stand in a really optimal growth.
This is so quiet.
I'll point out one of the factors for that is when we look up at
Like I'm turning my ear toward it as if it's going to help.
if you look at the live crown ratio on all of the remaining trees that we've obtained here, the live crowns on most of these trees are 60 plus percent, which means that all of the trees are in a very robust growth phase right now, and will continue on that growth phase for quite a few years to come. The canopy composition is very homogeneous, again, largely given that this is a single cohort of Douglas fir. The canopy is very simplified. There's really only a single strata, since it's a single-age stand.
Understory composition.
But that's what you get when you start working with a plantation.
Also, okay, so if he says these are 10 centimeters, inches, diameter, these branches are really thin. I guess these are dead branches, though. But I guess this would be about, like, the thickest the branch gets, right? Before it dies. So, a little bit less thick than this. These are really young. He's gonna mention their
Like I
age.
mentioned, the age of the stand also is very homogeneous. It's all about 26 years old, with the
Wow.
exception of some of the alder and maple that's naturally
Old as me, but really young for a tree.
over time.
Hmm.
Looking at timber quality, again, since we've pre-commercially thinned this, we've cut out most of the defect, any storm damage, and there was a fair bit of storm damage, mostly top breakage from ice storms in years past.
Cleared out.
And
He's
all the
like covered in
remaining trees,
branches.
by and large, are straight. They do retain a lot of limbs, but given Douglas fir and the relatively...
Oh, this is really good to see. I just noticed this branch. This is really good to see. So this is a really just long straight branch, and then it forks. And then it's empty, and then it forks. And then it's empty, and then I'm assuming out here, just those are smaller twigs that are broken off, but that's good to see that.
Canopy, those limbs are starting to die off, and we have begun a little bit of pruning in here to improve timber quality. I'm seeing some spike knot in some of the trees, which is a limb that's coming in at a very acute angle, and that does create some defect. But you gotta work with what you have. Forest health, looking around, I'm not seeing any obvious signs of forest health issues. All of the crowns look lush and green. I'm not seeing a lot of cone set, which could be an indication of either drought stress or root rot. I'm not seeing any dead trees in here or patches of dead trees, which also again could be an indicator of root rot. So no invasive species No obvious signs of insects. So overall, I'd say the forest health is in quite good shape here. Looking at the understory composition, though, this is very different from the older stand that we were just in. As you'll see, it's a very simplified understory, and that's largely because of the dense canopy.
How
Given
recent is this
little
video?
sunlight
5
is
years
coming
ago.
through here,
Okay, so I think I could just ask,
there's
like,
very little
message
diversity. The
someone
understory is
and just
largely
ask them, like, hey,
composed
can you just go out and, like,
sword fern,
find a
sea,
branch that's kind of, like, freshly fallen that still has the leaves on it
blackberry,
and, like,
really where the diversity
put a ruler next to it and
is
take a
in some
picture of the branch or something?
I'm seeing some cherry and cascara and elderberry. There's a little bit of hazelnut in here.
Maybe I should look for this. Maybe I should actually just search that. Douglas fir branch reference for modeling. I use too many L's. Reference with ruler, geometry node. Oh. That's not really helpful. But I mean, I guess if I think about it, you know. No. Because this, like, these branches are really thick. This is a pruned tree, though. This looks like it's been really taken care of. Arborist reports? How many sides is a square? I could definitely probably send a message to this and get like an email with a picture. I could probably do that. Maybe I should do that. Oregon? They'd probably get back to me really fast. 2026, yeah, these guys would get back to me pretty fast, I think. Should I do that? Oregon, though, like, I guess here's the thing. They may not have these trees. They may not have the trees that I'm looking for. Oh, wait, service areas. This is all Oregon, isn't it? Yeah, it's probably all Oregon. Nah, I'd probably be bothering them. I guess maybe what I could do is find a really high quality model that I can actually look at. Maybe that'd be a good idea. Because I really don't want to guess. But at the same time, is this a Douglas fir branch? Looks like it to me. Tree identification? Oh, I guess the needles are actually sharp. And what? Plated surface with deep grooves. 5 years ago. I think you can message him. Oregon. Oh, maybe I could. This didn't work though. Trees by common name. Douglas. Hmm. Is this just like you ask, you post a picture, and then you ask? Stumped by this tree. That's a crazy looking tree. A crazy looking tree. What tree can plant? I believe this one's been planted. Is this a tree? Probably. What happened to this tree? It looks like it was growing and then they put the fence in front of it. That's probably what happened. This is like a dead branch is being engulfed by another tree. That's probably what's happening there. Oh, man. Blender Market. Super Hive. Products. $5. What's wrong with these pictures, by the way? Oh, okay. I guess I'm just gonna guess. I suppose I'm just going to guess. So they said the span is like 5 to 10 meters. So 10 would be, well, I would also be accounting for a little bit more than a half meter from the trunk. So if I were to do that, so this is now out to 1, 2.5. So that'd make it 5 meter span. So you have 2 meter branch. And also would say that at the end of the branch would also be like, you know, a plane would be sitting at the end of the branch as well. All right. I will call it focus for branch, save, geometry nodes. I'll keep the guy there. I gotta shut the window. I'm like getting really warm, but the room is not that warm. Oh, now it's dark. That's good. All right. So I think what I want to do actually is I think quite literally take this branch. Well, I'll call this branch curve main. And then I want to do another, not that. I want to go and do another one. Another curve. And this will just be, let's go to this. This will just be idea. This will be like, I guess 1 meter long exactly. I'm not going to have any curves there, but I will do a curve here. Like this. Okay. Now back to this. I want this one. So I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do instances, instance on points. And how do I geometry like that? Cool. Okay. I'm going to, I think I do, I guess I do resample. I do this here, I do this, and then join like this. And then I'm going to do length and say yeah, I guess like 0.5 actually. And how would I do this twice? Because I'd have like a left, I'd have like a left side and a right side. Do points have rotation? I think points have rotation. Geometry, point. No, they don't have rotation. Okay. Which would make sense because this is where rotation is selected from here. So If I do trim in the middle here, no, that just moves the point. How do I make it not do... this? I guess I would actually have trim in the middle. No, I'd have it first. So I'd bring up to like there, back to like here, and then does holding shift make it precise? I don't know. I'll just do count 3. So I think if I think about it, I would essentially start at like the first fork, right? And then skip that. And scale, I want scale to go down as we go up the curve. So there's like curve, I think it's curve parameter. Spline parameter, yeah. So I think it should be able to pick up this, or I think I can do sample curve. No. Attribute. Capture items. I don't. This is what I don't like. I don't like when it gets to this point where I have to like rely on this magic thing that happens where it just like happens to know exactly how this works. Because essentially I'm just going to use like curve parameter. Yeah, this. Like it somehow it just knows, I guess. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do remap float. Gonna save. Math. Utilities, math, map range. And I'm going to do an inversion as well. Two men. like that, I guess. And then how would I duplicate this on the other side? How would I do that? I guess what I could do is I can take. Okay, first of all, maybe I should do this. Just instance on points, and then I want to duplicate this. So I want one of these to be at 90 degrees and the other one to be at 180 degrees. I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to think of how I can flip this around. Maybe I forgot how to flip it around after I do everything else. Okay, I'll do that. I'll flip it around after I do everything else. Roll this back. All right. So then from instances, I want to do for each element. The elements are splines. They should be, at least. I think it's like I make that and then I say this, and this should just replace that. Okay, then it's upset. It's an instance. Okay, but the instance is still technically a curve, so so then what I want to do is I want to instance on points. The instance will be this one. And these will be further rotated. I guess I just say 90 degrees. And then this should be a join. Right? And I guess if I'm going to do it this way, then I should probably do like iteration, right? I should probably do repeat. This is probably what I should do. Yeah, I think I should actually definitely use this. Okay. I get to do it. I gotta take the dog outside. I'll be back. And I guess it's gonna be lunchtime for me too, so I'm gonna make food and be back as well. Be back like 10 minutes. I'm back. I'm back. I've got food. I'm going to eat. Also, now that I think about it, it's probably insane for me to be doing this. I should just straight up copy them onto here and just use a geometry node just to literally place leaves. This is like actually just kind of insane what I'm doing there. So let's undo that. All of that. And take that off of there. And do I think, okay, I need to like actually curve the tube. Perfect. That's what I'm looking for. 4. And then do not resample. No caps. And then, yeah, let me just go to modeling. And then what I would do is just set the radius to the value that I wanted to have. Right. And I'll just build it manually. I'm definitely going crazy with the geometry nodes there. Okay, but I've got food. I'm going to eat. But I should probably watch something here. What is this guy gonna do?
So I need to make some artistic trees for your project, and these ones.
Oh yeah, I said no because he has fart music. Yeah,
Value to get
I
random
remember
trees.
that one now. And don't put music in tutorials. The only music you're allowed to use is like for an intro. If for some reason you have an intro, have music on the intro, and then just do no music or like really quiet, like ambient music. Definitely not fart music that's louder than your voiceover, for sure. Fake large-scale forests, CG boost.
How to fake a large
Maybe I
scale
can learn
forest
something
in
about
Blender.
this.
Yes, this 5-year-old tutorial by Zach is still very popular, and it remains to be one of the most requested videos on our channel. One that students actually wanted to see remade for the latest versions of Blender. Well, the time has finally come to fulfill those wishes. And yes, this time it's going to be me presenting this tutorial, since, well, I made a Master 3D Environments course, and that made me the environment guy here at cgboost.com. But really, I use this technique of turning 3D objects into 2D planes on many assets. Not just trees, but also for making, for example, particles out of these marching soldiers for my animated short film. Why do it, you ask? Mostly to save tons of computing power, making it possible to render even millions of particles in Blender. In other words, it's smart, it's versatile, and you're gonna love it. So let's get to it! Here we are in Blender, and I have appended some trees that I created in the slightly older M-Tree add-on, which at this point doesn't really work anymore in the latest versions. Fortunately, this technique works with any 3D tree you choose, so if you use add-ons like, for example, Grove, Vegetation add-on, or Botanic, or simply buy or download assets from the web, it will all apply. The only thing you should keep in mind, the trunk and the leaf objects should be separate like this. Main thing is, place the root of your tree at the very origin of your scene. And really, if you're unsure about this, I actually do recommend that you download the trees from our resources section and follow along with me. Now, just so you understand what we shall be doing, we will render out each of the trees on a flat 2D plane, but we will not render out just the base color. We will also render out a normal map and then an ID map for each of the trees. All these will then allow us to make the resulting 2D particles appear a bit more 3D-ish. So the first step, make the resolution of our rendered scene rectangular. About 512 to 512 will do. and you can add 100%
Yeah, it's going to be really
here.
useful for me,
Next,
actually.
add a camera and make it an orthogram.
Because at some point, I am going to literally have flat planes in the distance. And if I can make an image look that good with lighting,
Place it
awesome.
around here so that we look at our trees from the side and really make sure that the rotation is 90, 0, and 180. Then play with the orthographic scale until you fit the whole tree in there. Also, you can adjust the Z position to have the lower portions of the trunk at the very bottom of your frame here. You can of course duplicate these one more time and rotate them some more to have even more variety in your tree particles later. But to save time, in this video let's have just 6 variations, it's gonna be enough. Let's start with some basic lighting. We'll be using cycles, GPU rendering, and also we'll switch to this preview rendering mode. For some bottom reflective lighting, let's add a plane below the tree and give it a shader. The type of shader depends on the environment you're making. For a typical forest, you can choose some dark greenish brown color here, and you can even input a little bit of emission. Don't forget to uncheck this camera visibility here. We just want to retain those indirect effects, like the subtle lighting on the bottom. Now the same goes for this area light that you want to add and put above the tree. Let's scale it up and use a slightly bluish color. In the power then, use like 50,000 watts, and you can even push the light slightly higher. This lighting again depends on what scene you're going for. For daytime scenes, you'll need a bit brighter light on top. But for us, it will probably be best to have a pretty neutral lighting. Also, we can actually leave the surface of the world color to this neutral gray. Let's also not forget to check the transparency here in the film tab. I will render out all the maps we need for this particle just for this Oak 01, so you can later repeat the same process for all the other ones. First, make sure your resolution is the same as mine, and you can also increase the number of samples in the rendering tab. With that, let's give this thing a render, and well, the tree looks fine. So the base color, save it as RGBA PNG image, and for example, name it Oak01_color. Now generating a normal map that will allow us to simulate a nice bending of light on your trees is as easy as switching to a matcap here and choosing this normal preset. Also though, make sure to deactivate any of these checked values you have here, including the outline. To have proper colors, don't forget to switch to Object here, then deactivate the overlays. Finally, open up this view menu and hit View Render Image, which will just capture your viewport and give us this normal map render of the view. So save it as Oak01_normal. For the final effect to be complete, we need one more type of normal map, and that is one that tells us where is up and down and left and right in the scene itself, and how the light bounces on such geometry. We will achieve that with a simple cube, put it here, only with smooth shading active, just like that, render it with viewport render. Save it as trees_normal, this one you can save just once, it will be the same for all our trees. Finally, we want to create a mask for our tree trunk and branches, one where the leaves will be missing. This one will later allow us to isolate the leaves and change their color randomly. For it, you need to do one thing, go to the material of the leaves and give it a pass index of 2. And to the trunk material, give a number of 1. Now we've differentiated between 2 different passes of materials in our scene, and if you activate this material index pass here and render out your tree, there will be a special pass available to be saved in here. You just then save this one as Oak01_mask. I recommend using this black and white color mode for it. And that's the 4 maps we need to successfully shade this 2D tree with. Then you just hide this first tree collection and continue to the next. And once you have rendered all the other trees with their additional maps that we've created in this lesson, let's have a look at how to put them on planes and shade them. Now to start our shading process, let's use the Import Images as Planes add-on. Bring our Oak01 base color tree, and you can see it positioned it like this. But we want this little orange dot at the bottom of the tree, so let's jump into the edit mode and push it up a little until it touches the bottom of the trunk. Cool, now rotate the tree 90 degrees on X and 180 on Z, and then apply rotation. For this to work properly, it's important you look at the plane from the front side. So if you check this overlay here, this side facing us needs to be blue, not red. Now let's open up the shader editor, and here's our tree, even with alpha already plugged in. One thing we can do immediately, we can import the rest of the maps we're going to need by simply dragging them into the editor. So the normal map, the mask, and the tree's normal map. You can now also raise the brightness of the tree by raising the curve in our RGB curves node. Something like this will do. If we add a sun lamp and aim it from the side like this, well, this looks a bit too reflective. Definitely not like something a tree would do. So to generate a quick specular for the leaves, you can take this color map, drive it to a new color ramp node, and preview this ramp with Ctrl-Shift-Click. Adjust it so that only the brightest spots are white, and then plug it into the specular. Now that's better, not exactly the most correct solution, but it will do. Let me lower the white value to a more grayish one though, so that the specularity is not that intense. Now we have more options here, especially on how we can use those extra maps we exported. So first, let's bring in the normal map and plug it into the normal map node, and then the appropriate socket. You can even raise the strength here slightly. Now this gave a nice plasticity to the branches, but it did not really make the whole tree seem 3D. That's what we have the world normal for. So let's mix it in by using this mix node and setting it to color mode. Then choose this overlay blending. Plug in the Oak01 normal into the A socket and the overall tree normal to B socket. and then set the factor to 1 for full blending. Reconnect it to the normal map node, and here we go. Let's quickly cut the connections to see how it looked before. And now. I think it's an improvement. Let's in fact raise the intensity of the sun to 4 and rotate it around. See how the light plays on the surface of the plane, so it almost looks like 3D. And you can also lower the roughness to about 0.3. Nice. So what else? We can mix in some translucency. Because now, if you have a look, once we rotate the light so that it shines from behind of the tree, it has this really sharp edge. In the real world, the light would go through the leaves on the side at least a little bit. We'll accomplish that by first adding in a translucent BSDF here and use Mix Shader to combine the two. Next, we'll make a new color ramp, put it here, and drive the output of our base color map into it. Ctrl-Shift-Click preview it, and you can shift the black point a little so that the image darkens. What we want is to make a mask, where the leaves are visible only on the sides and the center of the tree is completely black. So for that, we need to cut away this whole center area. Let's use a gradient texture and make it spherical type. And with Ctrl-T, plug in these coordinate and mapping nodes. Now switch to the object coordinates and play around with the scale and the location in this mapping node until you achieve something like this, a sphere in the bottom middle of the plane. And of course you can just copy my values here. Now just take this gradient, use Mix Color node to combine it with the color ramp and make sure the gradient is in the second socket. Preview it, choose Subtract mode, and basically the white sphere poked a hole into the white mask. And you can always play around with the factor and also with the scaling of the gradient. With that, plug this.
I don't know why you
node
wouldn't just
into the
render out
factor
more
of our
textures for
initiator
this.
node. Oh, and be sure
You can
to
get
put
all
the
this
translucent
information.
BSDF into the second socket. Of course, at this point, even the branches are translucent, not just the leaves. And that's precisely why we rendered the material index pass. So let's put it up here, duplicate the subtract node, put it in here, and subtract our mask from the result. This way we got rid of all the branches and just the leaves are translucent. Cool, that's what we wanted. A slight translucency on the sides. Only it's white now, and we actually want it in the color of the trees. So we can plug the base color into the color socket of the translucent shader. And of course, at any time, you can now play with the shape of the mask to reveal more or less translucency on the sides. Now at this point, if you have a simple scene with light coming from the front or slightly from the side, your particles will look like this, and that's pretty good. However, we can do even more. We can have the same plasticity that we have here in the front, only when the light is shining from the back. But we can't just take our normal map and expect it to work on the backside of our plane. We need to invert it. Inverting a normal map isn't as easy as adding invert to it. We need to use separate and combine RGB nodes. Now let me visualize it for you a little better. Have a look at the original normal map combined with the overall normal map. And now we can have a look at the separate red, green, and blue channels by adding this separate color node and Ctrl-Shift clicking on it. If we click once, we can see the red channel, and if you go closer, you can notice that it goes from white on the left to black on the right. This way, the red channel indicates how the light is bending on the geometry on different sides. If you Ctrl-Shift click again, it previews the green channel, and that one shows where is top and where is bottom. Then we have a blue channel, one used for depth, but that one doesn't give us much, so we won't actually bother with it. So let's get rid of this separate color node here, and instead duplicate the normal map, push it here to the translucency shader, and connect it into the normal. Of course, use the normal map node for that again. Plug in the separate color here, and let's invert the R and G channel, and leave the blue channel be, and then use a combine node to put everything back together. And now we've successfully inverted the normal map for this translucency, and with that, we've made this backside plasticity a little better. Another useful effect we can add is a color randomization effect. First, I polished my node network a little, framing various parts of it. And then I made space for the original base color node here. So now we shall use one mix color node and two new RGB curves nodes. Connect the base color into each of them, and then plug this in the sockets of the mix node. Finally, connect the mix node to our previously created RGB curves node, which ultimately drives the connection into the base color. If I now raise the red channel in the first curves node, and then play with the blue and green like this in the second curves node, and slide this vector slider, at 0 the tree is now more red, and at 1 it is more green. Well, let me now duplicate this tree several times, and watch this. If I use the object info node and plug it to a vector of the mix shader, each tree now has a slightly different color, because there is now a random mix value generated for each of them. Pretty cool, right? Though you can now probably see the problem. The trunk changes color too. So for that, to wrap this all up, we can use the mask. So just plug this mask into the vector of the two curves nodes and invert it. That's it. Now the leaves are colored, but the trunk remains the same on each particle. Of course, we probably don't want the trees to be as colored as this. It's a little unnatural. So let's play with the curves in the RGB curves node to achieve something like this. And that's it for this particle. You then hit Shift D to duplicate the plane and make a new tree variation from it. You make the object unique along with its material, and in it just substitute these image textures for the other trees we've rendered. Make sure the new materials have the correct textures for the base color as well as the mask and the normal. So replace them all with the other 3 variations that we've rendered. And once you're done, you'll have enough variety with these 6 trees to avoid having too obvious a repetition, especially since we've added the random colorization. Now at this stage, we never want to notice that our 2D particle is actually 2D, meaning we never want to see it from the side in our renders. Quite easily we can achieve that by making the 3 particles always face our render camera. The way you do it is just by simply adding a constraint onto your particle trees. So choose this Oak01, add a track to constraint, then select your render camera to be the target. And let's fiddle with the settings here, finding the right axes. First, set the up axis to be Z, and then the correct tracking axis is Y. This seems to work. It pays off to double check if the correct side of your plane is facing the camera, meaning if the normal is rotated towards it, simply do it by checking this face orientation overlay. If it's blue, the front side is facing the camera. If red, the back side is facing it. And it is generally best to have the front side facing it to avoid unwanted shading issues. Now, we don't really want our trees to lay down like this. For that, another constraint can be employed. This time it is limit rotation, and just check this limit X and Y. And that's it. Now all you need to do is to copy the same constraints to the rest of the trees we've created. Ideal for that is the Copy Attributes add-on. If you don't have it active, you can find it here in the add-on section, and then proceed to selecting all the trees without the constraints, and then shift select the tree with the constraints. Hit Ctrl C, choose this option here, and copy everything. Little bug, it will not take effect immediately. Instead, you need to either restart your scene, or even better, put all your particles onto a collection, deactivate it, and then reactivate it. Now all our trees rotate, oriented towards the camera as they should, and these trees I actually used to fill up this valley in a fun scene I created to illustrate their usage. In my next video on this channel, you can expect a follow-up to this tutorial, where I'll show you how to scatter these trees around your scenes. Or, if you're interested in this topic, you can pick up the Master 3D Environments course on our site and learn all about this topic in the various chapters it offers. I really poured all I know about Enviro production into that.
I feel like I can really tell that they're 2D in motion.
I created to illustrate their usage. In my next video on this channel, you can expect a full.
Maybe that's just part of it. If you're going to have trees that are 2D planes and in motion, they should be really far away. The trees at the bottom are way too close, and you can see the parallax just doesn't make sense. And it kind of tells you that they're
tutorial, where I'll show you how to scatter these trees around your scenes. Or
the ones further away, there's no way. There's no way you can tell that.
If you're interested in this topic, you can pick up the Master 3D, where I'll show you one scene I created to illustrate their usage. In my next video on this channel, you can expect a full.
I mean, yeah. In my case, they're going to be like as far away as the hill on the left, I guess. I'm not going to have 2D planes that close. And that might even be too expensive as well. It looks really nice, but I think that shader might be too expensive. Okay, I'll be back. I'm back. Alright. Yeah. I was just thinking about something. How do I connect the branches? I guess I just have to be careful about. I was gonna say light maps. I guess I need to render out the light maps myself. And because when they intersect, the light map is going to start drawing dark pixels. I guess I can tell by I don't know. 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 I'm overthinking it. I'm not even there yet. I gotta work. Okay. So this is definitely not the main branch. I don't know why that one's selected. So I'll make this the leaves can be like an inch long. Between half an inch and an inch long. If I think about how that length looks like compared to the branch they're on, the fork, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe what I can do is this. Maybe what I do is this. Radius 1. I'm gonna do this. Delete that. Okay. I'm going to make a new empty. No. I'm confused. I guess I can do this, and then I just delete? No? Essentially what I was thinking of is that I would still use like geometry nodes to combine them. I don't know. Alright, let's get a reference image. Find a good branch to look at. Douglas fir branch. What is branch structure? What would that pull up? Oh, yeah, I mean, duh, right. A bow? A bow? Can I talk? That's a way better search term. Bow. Oop. No, no, no. I want to look at the image. Zoom. The branches I saw on the ground were like really regular though. They're like straight and then they would fork and they'd be blank and then they'd fork. Is this just the very end? That's just like a leaf section. Can't see anything there. Why are there birds? Like, this is what I'm seeing, you know? Like, they fork, and sometimes they also just don't fork. Look at this one. Out, 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 and then just straight across. Can't really see any other ones. This is weird. This is weird. It's really hard to see the spots where the leaves actually come out. This looks different too. Snow, ice. This is flat. This isn't radial. Does it happen when it snows? They go flat. They flatten. What is this? Man, I don't know. What happens if I search this on YouTube? Douglas fir tree. climbing. All right, I'm gonna look at this video. This should be like, you know, a camera is gonna be really close to the tree, right? Why'd they cut down all the trees around it?
Okay, stay clear. Just went past the first row of branches. Bro, always.
Those branches are as large as him. Okay. He's got a GoPro on? So what is this? He's gonna look at it too. This trunk comes down and then it just shoots straight up, like it's literally a different tree. That's neat. So it looks like they just kind of do whatever they want, I guess. Seems like there's no structure to that.
Sweet. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Be like really close up to the branches here. That just looks like the floor of a forest. It's really funny.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. You know, for climbing this tree, they're not really looking at the tree. They're like kind of also just not looking at the tree. They look at the trunk, they look away, they won't look at the branches. That sucks. Maybe?
These trees may all look the same, but you are in fact looking at two different species, Pseudosugum zcii, the Douglas fir, and Abies concolor, the white fir. Though not very closely related, they are very similar in appearance and are often mistaken for each other. So, here's how you tell the two apart. Now, before I tell you how to tell these two species apart from each other, I think it's also important to discuss why it's hard to distinguish them in the first place. Though I did say conifers are often easy to identify, at the same time they can be very guilty of looking similar to each other, and that's especially true of these two species. Both of them, for instance, when they're young, have a bark that is smooth and white that transitions to a furrowed gray pattern with age. Both have needles that are roughly the same shape and size, are flattened, and blunted at the tips, so are gentle to the touch. And they all have roughly the same growth pattern, as you can see here, just like a typical conifer growing straight up with short branches on the sides. That's a mixed forest of Douglas fir and white fir in the background, but it might be hard to tell there are even two different species there. So, superficially they share many characteristics of each other, but I'm leaving out one very important one which they do not. I've said many times that the most important characteristic when looking at plants are identification, are its reproductive parts, and with conifers that's no exception. And with a Douglas fir, and unfortunately I can't find any cones on any of the trees around here right now, the cones hang downwards from the tree, open up while still attached to release the seeds, have these unique three-pointed bracts, and fall off the tree intact, while with the white fir, they point upward from the branches and disintegrate while still attached to the tree, so you'll rarely find entire intact cones on the ground. I've created a little display here for you guys. Hopefully you like it. Now you can see these are Douglas fir cones right here, which is, yeah, this is Douglas fir cones. You have the unique three-pointed bracts that you can see right here. It looks almost like a little mouse is trying to hide his head inside the cone. They don't get super large. This one's recently fell off the tree, so it's a light brown. While this one's
It's a good description. A mouse trying to hide.
Dark color. Meanwhile, for white fir, this is the best I could find. These several cones right here, or what was cones. Most often you'll find a little fragment like this, if you're lucky, a sort of chunk that just fell off and didn't disintegrate on the ground. Often you'll just find little flecks like this. And finally, if you're really lucky, you might find a whole cone like this. So that's sort of what they look like, almost like a fat caterpillar. Although cones are a 100% surefire way to tell members of a
Which one is this? I don't know.
Apart from each other, or at least members of the two genera, because the few species in the genus Pseudotsuga are have cones that hang down from the branch.
Alright, so they still have this pattern where they fork.
Those unique three-pointed bracts, while members of the genus Abies always have cones that point upwards in the branches and disintegrate while still attached to the tree. However, as the title of this video implies, it is also possible to tell the two apart without looking at the cones at all, and this is important because very often you'll find trees that have no cones on them. So to do this, there are three features to look at, all of which involve the needles, and the first one is color. You can see here on Pseudosugum zcii, the needles are a very typical plant greenish color, just a nice vivid green. In fact, it almost looks a little bit yellowy green to me, or perhaps it just looks that way in comparison to the needles of the white fir, which is the sort of white, waxy bloom it has on them. They take on this sort of pale, bluish appearance you can see here. It might be hard to see the waxy blue on them, so I'll include a picture that's more close up, but it gives them a nice pale blue appearance that contrasts to the vivid green of the Douglas fir. Also important is if you stare down the branches like this, you'll notice that all the needles curve the point upwards. There's another good example of that. While on the Douglas fir, the needles do not do this. They sort of point off in whichever direction they want, as you can see here. There's a tendency to point maybe diagonally upward. The needles are definitely straight, and they don't really, again, they just point down, they can point down. Some of them point straight upward, some just point off to the side. There's no tendency to point upward very strongly, as with the white fir. Now it's not the most reliable way to tell the two apart, but it relates to the next one, which is very important, and that involves looking at the base of the needles. As you can see here, hopefully, the needles are flat, but at the very base of them, and this applies to both white fir and Douglas fir, they have a sort of constriction in the needle, so that then flattens into the main needle. So it's like a bit of a petiole at the base of the needle, and on Douglas fir, this little constricted area has a kink at the point in which it widens into the main needle. This could be a little bit hard to see, and it's not a very large angle, so I'll put a picture up to give you guys a better view of it, but it's absolutely critical in telling the two apart about looking at the cones. And as you can see on the white fir branch right here, there is no curve or little kink in the needle at the point at which it's very constricted. It is visible that there's a little constriction or petiole at the base of the needle, but it's sort of just, it's not, there's no kink, as I said before, it just curves straight into the needle as it widens. As you get better at identifying Douglas fir and white fir, you may eventually gain an appreciation for the subtleties in the growth form and can learn to tell apart even from a distance. In conclusion, Douglas fir and white fir are not very closely related to each other.
Okay. I think I've seen enough. So... I mean... Yeah, how do I place it though? I guess that's the question. Do I really have to use this? Okay, I'm just doing it. Whatever. Because in order to actually like place it on the curve. No. Stop it. Stop doing it. Stop it. Okay. So I have this one. I'm going to do generate tube. Going to go 1 here. I'm going to edit, turn off caps, turn that off. 4. I guess actually since it's going to be like a main branch, I'll make it 5. It's going to be quite large. And then I will turn on the tree. And then I guess I will drag this out. And I guess I should probably place it somewhere up where I think it's going to sit. It's going to be pretty high up, I guess. Like a third of the way up, or like halfway up the tree. Sure. Okay. And yeah, I don't know. .04. Let me think about this in inches. I feel like, I mean, just for my own self, it's easier for me to think in inches. That I have it set to right now. I have it set to 0.04 radius. So 0.08 diameter. Which roughly comes out to every one but that. 3 inches diameter. Maybe I'll say 5. So 0.0635 actually. That's interesting. I'll type that in. 0.0635. And then I want to make sure that this is definitely in the tree. Okay. That didn't work. Okay. Maybe I should go and put the image behind them. Behind it. So yeah, this is not quite far enough out, for sure. Should probably make it further out. So it was at 2 meters. Why is it like immediately... Okay. Could go another meter out. We should look at it from here, actually. Let me put this one behind it. So at 3 meters, it now has a span or like a spread of 6 plus like a meter in the middle, so 7. Well, I mean, okay. Part of it too is that I need to think about this as if when these fork,
Though
there's a good
below
shot.
branches with those unique 3 pointed
That was like right here, actually.
apart from each other, or at least members of a two genera, because the few species in the genus Pseudotsuga always have cones that hang down from the branches.
So at these forks,
With those unique 3 pointed bracts, while members of a genus Aves always have cones that point upwards from the branches that disintegrate while still attached to the tree. However, as the title of this video implies, it is also possible to tell the two apart without looking at the cones at all, and this is important because you can see here on Pseudotsuga menzies, it just looks that way in comparison to the needles of the white fir, which give a sort of white green when it's colored. Very often, you'll find trees have no cones on them. So to do this, there are 3 features to look at, all of which involve the needles, and the first one is color. You can see here on Pseudotsuga menzii, the needles are a very typical plant greenish color, just a nice vivid green. In fact, it almost looks a little bit yellowy green to me, or perhaps it just looks that way in comparison to the needles of the white fir, which give a sort of white on them. So also important is if you stare down the branches like this, you'll notice that all the needles curve to point upwards. There's another good example of that. While on the Douglas fir, the needles do not do this. They sort of point off in whichever direction they want, as you can see here. There's a tendency to point maybe diagonally upward. The needles are definitely straight, and they don't really, again, they just point down, they don't point down. Some of them point straight upward, some just point off to the side. There's no tendency to point upward very strongly, as with the white fir. Now it's not the most reliable way to tell the two apart, but it relates to the next one, which is very important, and that involves looking at the base of the needles. As you can see here,
Oh, this is probably too much, right? It's probably too much. About 4.5. What is it? 5 point... A little bit more than 5.5? Or 0.5.055? Oh, 575. What is this? I don't know, man. This is really messing with me. It really is. And I guess the branches at the bottom are like mostly coming down a long ways and they flare up. And then branches at the top are essentially just kind of going down a little bit, but then curving up pretty sharply. Right. So I guess the main branch is more gonna be coming down quite a bit. Right. And also more out. So they were at 2. Let me bring it out to 2.5. Okay. And then this side, I'm gonna bring this down like that. And then this, bring this down like that. Okay. Maybe like Shift X. Yeah. Can I make this image like transparent? I probably should, shouldn't I? I guess I just check opacity and then I can finally see the grid through it, which is all I wanted the whole time. Just be able to see the grid. Can I make the grid more? Can I make the grid more? I will have to see more grids sooner. Okay, and then let's say I'm down to like 1 inch in diameter, so I guess that'd be 0.5. So 0.0125. 0125. I'll say 27, whatever. All right. Maybe I should put a camera down here on the ground so I can like look at the camera and be like, oh yeah, that's what it'll look like from the ground. I think that's a good idea. How do you spot the camera? Why is it like this? Why does it start with like a weird rotation? Oh, what the? That's really weird. Okay. Or maybe go over here. Sure, maybe it looks fine. Maybe this should be layout. Whoops. View. Camera. And then modeling. I just go for the tree. Okay. I'll go for 7. And then, shouldn't this be able to show me like the faces that this has? It should be able to. I don't know why it doesn't. But I know it's 5. Whatever. Okay. So from here, I would... I guess I can actually just kind of keep drawing off of it, can't I? I mean, yeah, I could. I could just draw off this with another one. So, from here to there. Whoa. Mean radius. Start that at 1. And I'll just go delete that one and bring this over. And it, of course, also drew it on the very bottom. Ah, okay. So this 4.6 came out. Cool. I don't know anything about it. I did see a video while I was looking, like, on as a suggestion about Godot 4.6. Wait, what? Am I thinking of... Wait, you're talking about Godot or... Yeah. Wait, what? Hang on. Yeah, it's Godot. Alright. Can I make this... Can I really not make this have a different... It'd be cool if here I could set that, but I guess not. Which is actually not acceptable. It's actually not acceptable to me. So I need to delete that. And I just need to work on this part. Gosh, this is like kind of... honestly kind of annoying to work with. Like, I might actually... No, I can't. Stop it. Don't do that. Don't do that. Add a modifier. Tube. 1. I could go down to 3, I think. And then... yeah, I just gotta figure out the radius here. Where is it? Is this it? Yeah, okay. And I'm basically gonna start around here, I guess, like halfway up. about. Okay. What did I think? Like 1.5? I don't know. Maybe this should also be 5. No, I gotta be really careful at this point. Three or 4. I don't know. And then I think from what I saw, they actually kind of come out straight, don't they? And then they bend forward. I really gotta get like a picture or something. Maybe not. What is that? What is this? This looks crazy. This is too many faces, I think. I don't know. I think they come out like 30 degrees, 15 degrees, 14, 15, 20 degrees. Is there... No, that's it. And then I guess this would also be rotated this way slightly. Also 20, or like, not 20, but... Okay, just... like 14 degrees. Man, I don't know. I really need like an actual good reference. Because I think that matters. I mean, it really does. It's really gonna, I think it will change the way it looks. When you stand at the bottom of it and you look up and you're gonna see the branches, you're gonna see that. Right? There's just like no good images that are just like of the branch. This is a good one. I guess what I should think of it is how many degrees away from vertical is more what it's at, right? So I guess if I go like 70. Please. All right, let me just reset. Just reset this. Okay. And then I rotate Z. Is it just 45 degrees? It actually looks like it's just 45 degrees. Which is really funny. It's definitely just 45 degrees. Okay. All right. And this was like -14. About. Okay. Yeah, that looks like it's just 45 degrees. Okay. There, and then check here. Okay, it's good there. And then maybe this should be, I don't know, this actually looks kind of good with the thickness of it, though I guess I should have a real value. So I currently have plugged in 0.2, which makes it 0.4. 1.5 inch diameter. I felt like it should be a little bit more. .44, which would just be the 2 there. Okay. Maybe a little bit more. That's funny. I like brought it up and then brought it down, and I'm like, oh, that looks good, and I haven't even changed it. Okay. And then at the end, at this point, it's probably half an inch. So 0.013. Well, if it's a half an inch, I want to go one less than that again. So 0064. Okay. And then I'm going to do one more of these. Thinner. And I guess actually now that I'm in here, I could definitely just duplicate this. So let me just... No. No. What? No. What? Oh. This would be shifty. There we go. Okay. And then I think I'm just going to drop this in half. So 1, 1. Then here, this would be 3, 2. Bring it back. Should be basically like a straight line out to that point. Like if I were to draw a line from here to here, this would be inside of that. So can I rotate these? Yeah. I'm gonna fix these. And then interesting. Why is it doing that? Why is it doing that? Okay. This is very odd. I'm just gonna do that. So that the thing is correct, because I want it to look like that when it comes out, like that. And it's currently being a bit odd when I do it the other way around. Rotate that. Nope. Okay. Whatever. I guess what I should have done, actually, that's probably why it's being weird, is the rotation of basically the whole thing is set to this, it should all be 0, I think. And then I just need to fix the branches for this branch in edit mode. So this, 45, Z. Okay. And then I guess I should apply the origin points. I don't know. No, I don't know. No, wait a second. I'm doing this wrong. Alright. Delete that. I'm gonna move these down. So this is at the origin. Or origin. Yeah, this is a bit annoying. Kind of messed myself up a little bit. Actually, should this one be like that? Maybe this should also be like that. Or just straight. I don't know. Well, I'll just keep going, man. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. Delete that. I'm gonna take this one. And I'm going to duplicate this. And this one I'm gonna make a little bit smaller. So I'm gonna take the scale this at the origin point, and I'm going to do 0.5. I meant 0.5. Okay. Let me go to edit mode, and then I'm going to bring this up a bit. And do this. Okay. Resolution, I think 4, 5. I feel like I should have 4. It's weird this like controls how that controls, I guess. I don't know. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 5. I just can't get that middle part to actually shape how I want it to shape doing this, so I need more. Alright. Modifier 4. Okay. Sweet 2. Duplicates. And this will be 0.5. Is that song coming from you? Probably. I am playing music. I can probably get away with this. And this one is going to be even more. In fact, it's more just going to be like kind of straight up. Heartopia song. It was Hotel. The last two songs I played were Undertale songs. So probably not the one you're thinking of. Am tripping. Maybe. Alright, that's gonna be 4. And then essentially I think I just want like a pretty straight one. So I'll duplicate this again. Yep. Scale it to 0.5. We can probably just make that 3 at this point, and then no, leave it at 4. In fact, maybe this one should jump up to 5, because this I'm basically just gonna have 1 or 2. 1, 2, up. Oh wait, are these all a little bit? So I didn't even notice that part. Okay, so this one, let's change this around so it's more like this. A bit less there. Okay. Whoa. At this point, this one should probably not even have anything. I'll give it 1 little bit. That should be 30 centimeters, which is actually really long. It is pretty long. It's pretty long. Okay. So essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to stack this one halfway here on both sides, and then put this one halfway here, or like one here. Or actually, no. I'll take this, put 2 here, and then take this and put this here. And then take this, put 2 here, this, put 2 here, this, put 2 here, right? That's... Is that how that would work? Okay. Okay. No, I've got it. I want to build this backwards. How can I make it so it'll attach to a certain point? I guess I can make it instance a thing, geometry nodes, and make it put it on a specific location of the curve. Man. I don't know. Okay, I'm just gonna duplicate collection. Okay. Branch parts, branch A. Just delete all those. Copy, paste. A1. So I want to take this one, copy A2. I'm just going to move it to the end. So it's basically there. And actually, I'm really going to move it up here. So that's there. And then I guess I will match this, so that's 0.127. What? Yeah, okay. No. What? Why is this weird? 0127. Oh, my bad. Now I understand what's going on. It's just to object apply scale, object apply scale, object apply scale. Now I want to do this. And bring it over here. Hit tab and I select this, and now it's still really small. Because the scale just for some reason hasn't applied. Why is the scale not applying? Object, apply, scale. Are we for real right now? Object, apply scale. It really has to be visible for that to work? Why? That's really dumb. That is really dumb. It has to be visible for that to work. Oh, jeez. Okay. And now what I do is, I guess I find where this line kind of seems to intersect somewhere, so it's probably about there. About there. And I guess later when I get to it, I'll just like merge them or whatever. Okay, so now that's there. And then what I do is I duplicate, duplicate. And is there a way to flip? Mirror. Oh, there we go. Okay. Object. Mirror global Y. That's not what I expected at all. All right. Mirror global X. There we go. Rotate Z 45. Rotate 45 negative. And then they kind of go like this, but not really, because these are, this one's too large, I think. I like that. And this probably needs to come back. There. Cool. And from this angle, it should be flat. So I've got that end. Now, what I do, I guess this would be A2-1 and A2-2. Sure. Now, I use this one. A3. And then I guess just gonna go like here maybe. Well, I guess should actually start by putting the ends on this one. Blast this one. What is this one? Power Rangers Motown theme. Risky. That is risky. I could end up getting muted, but alright. It's like all the way in my left ear, to be honest. It's really loud. And it's all the way in my left ear. I'll make it that loud. Okay. So then I need to take... basically take this. Duplicate. Bring it here. Mirror X. Picture headphones. This is just actually loud. It really is just actually loud. And then trying to see like here. About there. Not perfectly done, but alright, what is this? 0.014. So it should probably be less than 0.014. I have the wrong thing. Power Rangers. But at like 09. Hide this one. Awesome. Right? All right. And then I'll take this whole thing. How do I... join? Cool. A3. And then this would be 45. Duplicate. Mirror X. And then somewhere over here. Right. Okay. What? Okay. I don't know what that means. I really don't know what you're talking about. Alright. I'll be honest, I think I should probably modify these. These don't quite look correct to me. So... can I get this up? New Concord competitor. Well, they beat Concord. It's hard to not beat Concord. Ooh, that like really messed with these. Okay. It has to be live in more than 14 days. Oh, okay. Right. Okay. Yeah, that would make sense. Alright, is this looking like branch-like? Looking branchy at this point? I've got one more. Branch 2. Which is going to include a bunch of branch A3s. And then a branch this at the end. In fact, I'm going to join those. Join. Should want to call these. It looks very naturally symmetrical. Awesome. Naturally symmetrical. I don't know. I feel like I'm just doing it wrong somehow. Because this is a lot to do. This is a lot to do to like only find out later if you've even done it well or not. So it's going to be A4 and it's going to have an A2 at the end. Sort of. Yeah, I'll just have to like scale it or something. Which I guess I can just move it on top of it and then scale it until it looks right. Scale. About there. And I'm going to hit apply scale. And then I'm going to click here and copy this radius 00635. Pretty good. I'm gonna sleep. All right. Good night. Okay. And then I would have these stacking on the end of this one. Which, for going like half the size every time, I feel like this is just way too big. This definitely seems way too large. And I think I need to fix the origin point of this or something. This needs to go up and over one. What the hell is that? Negative 8,955 degrees. Are we serious? Z-axis, negative 45. It's actually insane. Okay, object apply all transforms. Here we go. So I'm going to bring it about this far up, I guess. Maybe a bit further back. Yeah, like here. Yeah, this needs to be scaled back to like here. It seems like it's just not I don't know. Not enough or something somehow. I wish you could make it so that I would just have like verted, like points or something. Because the way the Bezier curve works is you can't fork the curve, which is really unfortunate. I'd really like to be able to do that. Yeah, and I feel like I'm missing a missing area here too. Because if I look at this whole just area that just nothing is in, right? Like, I think this would be kind of up here, more like this. And that would be mirrored. And then out of this one back over here, and this would be, you know, like that, right? I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not really liking this very much, because this seems like ridiculous. It's feeling ridiculous, like I'm doing too much work here. Is there like a constraint thing? I saw there's some kind of constraint. Copy location of a target. This one. Can I map it to a point on the curve? That would be nice. Follow path. No. Receive transform from target geometry attribute data. Spline. Sample index. Point. What is going on with that? What is that? Very weird. It is. Look. Wow. That's it. But why is it moving it way over there? Also, it's not quite correct. Like, I'd really like to attach it to why is it all the way down there? It's like really, it's a little bit odd. Oh, it's because it's... Can... Yeah. Turn that off. No. This dog.
You don't need anything, Red. You're good. You are good. I tell you, you're good. You are. You're alright. You're alright. You're alright.
Let me look this up. There might be a way to do this. Blender. Well, let me do that. Blender. Attach to serve control. Hook. What? Chart a control point to an object. Okay. So I select both. Camera's getting really dark now. Dang. Auto. Now open my window. I think I'm gonna have to stop soon. So I select both. Do this one, Shift A, edit mode. Select the control point that I want to attach. That one. Control H. Control H is that one. Hook to selected object. It's not really, I think, what I meant to do. Okay, so that's interesting. Yeah. It's not what I thought was going to happen, to be honest. I mean, that's... Oh, there we go. Hook, object, branch. Huh. It's a modifier. Deform. That's not what I want to do, though. Okay, what if I did this? What if I moved you up to like here, and then I'll even align it well. Okay. Here, shift click. Or I guess I should do this and shift. No. Edit. I select all of these. Control H. Selected object. And now what happens if I do this? Okay, that's not all what I thought was gonna happen. Alright. Essentially what I really want is it to just apply. I want to be able to say like, stick to this curve and put yourself at like 80% or something. What does this mean? I don't know. Instance on elements. Instance on points. It's got to be like somehow a constraint, right? Follow track. Follow track. What track? Oh, does this mean the camera follows it? Don't do that. Object solver. Camera. No. Restrict movements to lie along a curve. Clamp to that one. X, Y, Z. Like, what does this mean? X. Y. I mean, I guess that's it, actually. Cool. Clamp 2. Awesome. That's what I wanted it to do. Now, what does that mean for me? I can probably just take that off. Now, if I were to move this, it follows it. Okay. Perfect. Interesting. Okay. It's really interesting. Why is that 0? So if I were to go to edit mode here and do this, that's a bit odd. What about auto? Yeah. Okay, this is just kind of strange. I mean, it's like okay as long as I don't go too nuts with it. Right? Just seriously not working. I feel like I would be better off just actually using Fractal, actually using a geometry node for this to produce it, and then tweak it from there. All right. Here's my plan. I'm going to mess around with geometry nodes off stream. Dang, I don't know. It's going to take me months to make a dang tree. Because part of this is I need to figure out a process. I need to have a process for making this tree. Because I want to make at least 4 other ones. And I cannot model every individual branch. Damn. When I was doing it, I got to a point where I was doing something that I don't like with procedural generation, which is clicking randomize seed, essentially. Just scrolling through random number generator results until I get something that I think looks nice. I don't like that when that happens. I would like to just be able to go in there and be like, delete that one, delete that one, delete that one. But then I guess these branches, and the branches are insane. The branches are just too much. I was thinking, okay, you know, I'm just going to start individually modeling it. And now I'm like, they don't look right to me. I'm not taking up enough space. And the only solution to that would be to take these and just drag them up and then reposition them and like keep fiddling with that. Like I will literally be doing that for hours. Fiddling with it. And I'm quite literally just trying to produce a fractal and add a little bit of variation. And then from that result, I guess what I would do is I would have the tree just produce all the branches, put everything in there, and then I would make the whole thing a mesh. And then I would go through and I would tweak whatever I want to tweak. I move some branches around, I delete some branches, I cut some short, whatever. Like I might even say, I don't want this one here anymore. Delete it, right? I'm like, all right, cool. You know, I get a branch that's a little different now. That part I think is fine. If I can produce like just a branch quickly, then I can go in and I can make variations of that branch. But I don't think this looks... There's too much that I want to change already. Like, I want to say, oh, what does it look like if I curve the branches up a little more? I have to go in there and change every single branch and curve it up. Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna try to make geometry nodes work. I think I keep going back and forth between that. I think it makes sense. And then I just have that extra step at the end where turn it a full branch with some dials, and then I apply some randomness to it. I can cut off some branches, whatever, right? All right, that's my plan. But I'm gonna do that off stream because this is like a really long process. But I think if I can get it down to something where I can just like quickly iterate, get it to a point that I think is perfect, and then I can make variations. And then I can use geometry nodes again to spread them throughout the tree. Or even then I might go in there and be like, okay, well, additionally, I want this one to be this type of branch or whatever. All that. And I guess I can't really avoid it. At some point, I'll probably have to just click there and click randomize over and over and over again until I get something close to what I want. Okay. That's it for today. I'm going to work on this off stream. Thanks for watching. I will be back tomorrow. Goodbye.